Good morning. It's Friday, June 26th. Time 07:31. I don't know why I woke up this early. Maybe it was a combination of having a nap in the middle of the day yesterday and not pushing my bedtime extremely late. I'm not sure when I went to bed. Maybe 23, maybe 24. Today is a incredibly special day, a rare day in the month. It is the combination of product owner day, big overview system day, and budgeting day. I'm gonna see if I have got some income, and then I go through my budget and then prioritize what I should spend the budget on. I will buy some food today, and yeah, maybe the day will go straight up budgeting all day. Maybe I'll do backlog grooming so that tomorrow I can do a very good sprint plan. So potentially I can also work as game director today, product owner, producer, product manager, something like that. Those roles combined. I can go through the game design documents, I can clean them up, I might gather data, all of these things, so it's easy for me when I take the other roles to work efficiently. But let's start the day. Sunlight in eyes, open curtain. It's a nice day. I feel it's a little bit cold, but it's early, so the day hasn't warmed up yet. It smells like hamburgers. I don't want it to become very cold, but I want some air in, so maybe I'll open the window a little bit. Now, sun salutation, more sunlight and eyes. I guess I go outside and do sunlight salutation. I don't feel like going out. Done. Creatine enhancement drink. Ooh. Something on the edge, the power on the edge there. It's interesting that if you have a warm liquid and some air and you close it and you shake it, you somehow build up a pressure. Think about that one. I know the answer. If you want to know the answer, buy the game and ask me why do you get pressure when shaking a closed bottle of warm water. The alcohol is sour. I'm trying to avoid the teeth, the alcohol, and now I'm thinking my mouth has slightly lower pH now because of the alcohol, so maybe I should neutralize the pH somehow. Can I neutralize pH by heating a milliliter of soda? permanent, nor is it safe. I mean, amount should I put in mouth to lower pH, so I don't dissolve teeth. Never put brow soda acting on mouth. Is it effective acid neutralizer? Good. Sure. You should always dissolve it into liquid to rinse. Safe neutral ratio at 1 to 4, 1 to 1 cup water. Stir completely dissolve. Sweetly generalize mouth. Let's spit it out. 1/4 of teaspoon in 1 cup, and then swish it out. Okay. To neutralize the pH. This is 1 milliliter baking soda. I don't think I need that much at all. I don't think I need a whole thing of that. This still got the gunk in it. I'll clean it. You have some baking soda and a little water. If I'm correct, saliva contains baking soda. You produce baking soda. So it's already in your spit. I just get a bit more. I just looked out the window and I saw a white house and I got excited. This house will look beautiful in the game. Why I didn't want to quite go out to do the sun salutation because I felt like I just woken up and I'm very, like, a human is very impressionable. When you have woken up, you're completely, you've slept, you're kind of clean slate situation, and you want to make sure that you take up your own space. Take up your own space. So that you're aligned with your goals. Whatever they are. And I cannot tell you. what they are. Only you can. Only you can. Okay. Now, share stream. So here we go, yes, here we go. What do I do today? I take the role of product owner. And I should be more brief. I expect income and will be budgeting. To save July. To save July. Budget. Budget. Economics. As backlog. And backlog growing. Big picture thinking, taking responsibility to hit the biggest deadline. Remember the release of Jörn Mysterium. Game of the detective game Jörn Mysterium. There I go. Wait. It didn't have the YouTube. Was it because I was before it loaded the I haven't shared a stream. Before this popped up, I clicked here and that created a difference without this. Anyway, this is what it wrote. And now my mouse pointer is gone for some reason. There we go. Perfect. And today I'm not gonna do this because checking this has a distraction task. No, tax. Distraction tax. Doing the task of checking these notifications have an incredible distraction tax. Just clicking this button to share has a distraction tax. Because even if it pops up like this, we still have this, we still have things here and in the background and here, so it has a distraction tax. I use I'm already using the videos. subjects should be updated. Budget. Instead of scrolling, instead of clicking there, I click there. And then I click here. This also has a distraction task of checking day. I have a lot of stuff I need to delete. Whoa, it still has a lot of limitation. So it knows. There we go. That's a cool image, looks like neurons. We recently obtained the highest resolution 3D images of the human brain ever taken from outside the skull. This is the first look. Introducing Aleph, a research lab building brain interface for telepathic fusion. The resolution here is incredible. Let's check this one. This has distraction tags, but let's check this one. It's beautiful. I'm guessing the balls are vesicles or vesticles. Like both the spatial resolution that you see so small particles like the vestibules, or what is it? And the temporal resolution. Well, the temporal resolution might need to be very high, because brain waves are very fast. Like the firing of a neuron is like faster than that. So you need to be like, the time needs to, you need to be able to record time as well. We've got an explanation here. Cortical areoles and venules. What are areoles and venules? And then pile arteries and penetrating vessels. So yellow is blood flowing. This is 2.5 millimeters, and so you can calculate how, you can figure out how big a neuron is. What is cortical areoles and venules? Or I'm definitely gonna follow this, because this is the future. This is like the invention. This is the next stage. in connecting technology. Like we have computers, we have mobile phones, and we can call it VR, and then we have brain interface, something like that. So brain interface will be the foundation of how we interact with computers, and it relates heavily to merging with intelligent tools. Merging with artificial intelligence. I'm actually not gonna check out the words. I'm just gonna feel this image because it's a beautiful image. Beautiful. They seem to know interaction design. At least visual interaction design. But the brain interface requires a next level of interaction design. In interaction design you deal with senses and what you can do, like eye, sight, vision, hearing design, touch design, smelling design, tasting design. And then when we get into closer to the body, then we can start to think about neuronic design or neuronic interaction design, neuron interaction design, pattern recognition, pattern interaction design. It's a new domain of interaction design, brain interfaces. Like this is like this video here is interfacing through our eyes. This, what I've designed here, is basically a tool for the eyes to see and understand more. But this itself is not the brain interface. This is not connected to my brain. This is not connected to your brain. Right, done with that distraction. It was a pleasant distraction. Now I'm going to put this to the side. And maybe I should check my calendar and do some prioritization. Maybe I should check somewhere else. I have my system up there. I'm going to take a picture of that system because it's slightly updated now. You got the priority principle to sort. But I think sorting those ideas should be at the end of the day. But today that might be relevant to budgeting today. Actually incredibly relevant. The survival principle of priority. And the sprint goal is no longer a full game make plan, so this is kind of outdated. There you go. Like a product owner, I'm just documenting the state of things. Everything we got here, because all these images will be put in my photo album on my timeline. So, and after today, all of these might change quite a bit. So it's like a documentation of the results of the work so far. And yesterday I learned my lesson that I had to check the quality of the images to make sure they're not blurry. Perfect. Perfect. As good as it gets. This image, I need to divide it. I need to get these small parts. Taking images also help me put these things on stream. Initial state. Now I was thinking of checking my calendar, but I'm just gonna prioritize cleaning up, because checking my calendar has a enormous distraction tax, and updating my priority principle has a distraction tax, but this distraction tax might actually be distraction opportunities, because if I let myself get distracted by my own priority principles before I even look at what I need to prioritize, I have a fresh mind with this leverage understanding of prioritization. And prioritization, the product owner, the producer, product manager, prioritization must be one of the master skills, because you have so much responsibility about what should be prioritized, because you are responsible for long-term success, big things of prioritization. Now I'm going to add a principle of survival. The principle of come on then. What? I did not press F12 at all. It was delayed. Now things are just I think I blame Ubuntu. It's not perfect. The principle of survive. The method. We prioritize survival before anything else. Survival means different things in different situations. So every situation, also one aid can be Maslow's hierarchy of needs, but can be, but there might be something wrong with Google. The interaction with this document is not smooth. One aid can be Maslow's hierarchy of needs, but it is based on what people have reported wanting. So it is not a suggestion or a solution of what you should want, but it gives a rough understanding of the principle or the priority principle of survival. We look at the bottom part of Maslow's hierarchy, or we create our own pyramid. Or you can create your own. Template for prioritization. That's a new term. Priority template. Prioritization template. Prioritization template. I'm not sure if I should call it prioritization template, because it's like it's a frozen static, it's a static list of categories where you simply, every task is put in the category, or maybe not every task is put, it's more like this principle has distraction tags, since since the point is to not only, since this principle not only prioritizes what tasks you have, it also distracts you with categories for survival that should help you think about more fundamental survival needs. It aims to be to give distraction opportunities to find hidden tasks that should be prioritized. The actual method now. You go through every category from down to up, and you either find one task you need. No, that's what it is. Find the task that needs to be done that covers the most basic needs. The task that is lowest and closest to primal survival. Example, we prioritize eating food before reading a book. The example should be here. You have the tasks of reading a book and eating food. This principle will prioritize eating food. Maybe I can give a link or something, or put it up here. It's going to be very distracting though. It's an image, a lot of colors, etc., etc. Eight Maslow's hierarchy of needs. The Maslow's hierarchy of needs was created by asking people what they wanted at different stages in life, something like that, times in life. So it does not contain what should be done. It only contains what people have done. Following it blindly is bandwagon bias, but it serves the purpose of understanding that it's easy to prioritize when you have a set of categories where the categories are already prioritized and you basically don't need to prioritize, you only need to categorize tasks into these pre-prioritized categories. using the Maslow, using the principle two purposes. One is to understand the second is to use the prioritized categories to discover hidden tasks that might have a higher priority than the tasks you already have. It discovers hidden important work. And now we add, no, strange. Maslow's hierarchy of needs. I've used this personally a lot of times. I think this might be one. We want a wide picture because it fits good. Are these images good? Food? And what's that? A dome? I don't think that the dome fits in the physiological needs. Like, that dome belongs like up here or here. Maybe here. Safety is good, like being protected. Love and belonging, that's kind of good. Esteem needs a person happy looking in a mirror. Narcissism. Is this why rich people are narcissists? Or are they? Maybe everyone should, if everyone should be rich, maybe everyone should be narcissists. Self-actualization. Desire to accomplish everything that one can, to become the most that one can. It's a good one. Here we have a more text-based one. This one has there's going to be a bunch of pyramids in my documents. There are 2 pyramids already. This one has potential. Yeah, I think this one. Yeah, this one. Actually, let's check it. Fundamental biological survival, air, water, food, shelter, housing, protection from exposure. Yeah. Yeah. But housing should be here when it comes to walls that protect you from other things, violence and crime and war. But housing, when it comes to protecting you from the wind, for example, that's a different kind of housing. So, but I don't think it's gonna get more better than that. I don't want it to take up unnecessary space. It's just gonna be a little part of this document. Okay, there we go. And then after image, I was gonna say something. The priority principle. Whoa, that's not. I want to go bold. Survival uses a version of any version, can use any version of a hierarchy of needs. You can make your own or use Maslow's. Something like that. Prioritized. Have wanted, have desired. People sometimes do not know what is best, or specifically people's desires are not always what is best to pursue. But it serves two purposes. One is to understand that it's easy to prioritize when you have a set of categories where the characters are already prioritized, and you basically don't need to prioritize. You only need to categorize tasks, put your tasks, that is an easier communication. You only need to put your task into these pre-prioritized categories. We don't need to use that one again. The categories, and you have a list, and there you have a priority of your tasks. Second is to use the pre-prioritized categories to discover hidden tasks as distraction of opportunities. I'm just connecting to a higher priority. What is slightly confusing is that a higher priority is lower task fall in the lower section, fall under in this image, under other tasks if using this image. Higher falls under, below the task. This pyramid image. Unorthodox. It's better to do it. If you are using a standard pyramid, notice that higher priority tasks fall at the bottom or below other tasks. The lower down the task is, the higher the priority is. Okay, and I'm actually going to use this today. First, I'm gonna... Oh wait, I haven't done my bed. Doing my bed is a task that I'm prioritizing right now, because not doing my bed has a distraction tax. By every time I see it, I think I should do it. Make it. I want more air now, so I'm opening the window more. Where would making the bed fall in the Maslow's hierarchy of needs? Would it fall under physiological needs? Or would it fall under safety? Would it fall under several categories? Or only one? Are there several purposes of doing the task of making the bed? A task can serve several purposes, and that is usually a leverage task, or maybe not a leverage task. Whoa, what is that? I don't think that is a bird. It's a human. It It's a beeping human. Okay, good. I just came up with the thing that I just mentioned that I wanted to write down. What was it? A task can serve two double purpose, multi-purpose task. A task that, when completed, serves more than one purpose. Example: making the bed is only one task, but it serves both the can serve two purposes. One, hygiene. Getting rid of crumbs on the bed, on the sheets, making it more comfortable. 2. Getting rid of small bugs, making it less likely to get bitten. 3. Practicing a habit of making the bed. A habit that strengthens your confidence and your finishing identity. 4. Two purposes. Several purposes. There's something else. Getting rid of this syntax. If you get distracted by unmade beds. Making it will relieve you from that distracting thought. 5. Making the room more beautiful. There can be even more. There can be even more reasons or purposes to make the bed. A multi-purpose task is often to be prioritized since it kills two birds in one stone. Maybe that's a priority principle. It is. I don't think I've used it. Two birds in one stone. Well, that's an interesting priority principle. Might be worth doing or might not be. Two birds with In. Did I write in one stone? In one stone. Method. Prioritize tasks that serve multiple purposes or tasks that only serve a single purpose. I just got an idea. Overlap. Requirement. Priority. I don't know what to call it, but I use that principle. The principle of fill the categories. Touching categories. Just touch the categories. Requirements. Touching all the requirements. I think just touch the requirements. You start with this priority principle requires a set of requirements that can be filled with tasks that can be might be set of tasks might solve. The idea is that this principle your goal using this principle is to select the tasks that touch each requirement. So that there is at least one attempt to solve each requirement. An example, you have the requirement to bring water into the house and make sure the water is clean. Make sure the water is clean and maybe we'll stop there. You have the tasks, the task, the available tasks of using a bucket to get water from a well. You have the task of inspecting the water to make sure it's clean with your eyes to make it clean, and you have the task of but you could do the task. This is interesting. This is kind of a different way. This is a different dimension of prioritizing, because not all tasks or optional tasks. Path. Which path? Path selection. Yes, path selection. Where do we have the terms? Or that's a category. It's a... Where do I have them? Properties. Yes, it's a property. Path selection. That was the name of it, wasn't it? Yes. In a path selection priority principle, you have different possible tasks that solve the same issue in different ways. Here, the challenge of prioritization is reaches a higher complexity since you can both do prioritization within a path and to prioritize which path to take. Path selection is the part of choosing, of creating or choosing a new path using tasks, or choosing a path of tasks. We should separate this. We should separate this to make it less complex. Path creation. Should we have, like, I feel like they should be connected, but they should also be very distinct from each other. Path selection and path creating, I feel it makes it, you can mix them up. Which one was path selection? Which one was path creating? But I guess if you think about it a little bit, but it's better if they have like distinct words. Then it's much easier to compartmentalize the terms and divide them up and solve the actual complexity, which is the purpose of dividing them up. If we're going to divide them up, then we should divide them up thoroughly. Task chain. Task chaining. You do task chaining to get a path. And if you do task chaining several times, you get several paths. Then you can do path selection. Task chain. So task chaining is a different word for path creating. That's good. I think that's good. Task chaining is the process of creating a path, which is the same as a complete priority list, where one task leads to another. Task path. There's something that differs just a task path from just a prioritization. Task path. Yep, we'll do it like this. We have to wrap it up. Start to wrap it up. A task path is a prioritized list of tasks where do they rely on each other? Is that the thing? This is getting complex. This is becoming a real task path. Where the tasks lead to the completion of a larger task. Example. Going to the larger task is to go to your neighbor. So you go outside your house, then through the woods So you do the task of going outside the house, then the task of going to the woods, then you have completed the task path that leads to the larger task of arriving at your neighbors. Dependency. Task paths. Always have dependencies. From one task to the other. You cannot go through the woods if you have not gone outside your house. And then I came up with the other thing, which is not a task, which maybe is just a task prioritized or task list. Task list, where tasks also and rely on each other. Something like that. A list of tasks. It might be prioritized or not. But it has a priority. Does it? It's not prioritized. Task list. Prioritized task list. It is a list of tasks that are prioritized. They do not rely on each other being completed. Necessarily. Well, okay. It is the opposite of task path. Is opposite of a it's not the opposite. It's similar to a but and they rely on each other, so they unlock each other, so unblock each other. It is similar to task path, but it does not have tasks do not rely on each other, and the tasks does but a prioritized task list can be a collection of tasks that need to be done to reach a single larger task. Okay, there. Okay. This is gonna be interesting to study, to learn intuitively. A prioritized task list can contain task paths. How about that? Can a task path contain? Yep. Task path can contain prioritized task lists. Choosing, creating, stepping, or mapping. Path selection in a path selection. All right, now I come back to this. Path selection and the other complex thing, which was no, yeah, we divided it to path selection and task chaining. Maybe this should be called mapping instead. Mapping. Map those tasks. Map that path. Creative. Selecting tasks to create a task path. A path. Can you just call it a path? Path. No, it's maybe you can call it task mapping. But chaining is better. But then you feel like, okay, then you create a task chain. No, it's called a task map. No, a task path. You would think that if you're doing chaining, you would create a chain. No, you create a path. In a path selection priority principle, it's slightly different. You have different possible tasks to solve the same issue. No, you wait. Path complex. Complex path selection. Process of doing both path selection and task chaining at the same time, making the process this has a significant load on cognitive on working memory. I'm beginning to think like that this is connected to computer science or information science, where you try to find a path. Like we have the A star path and trying to find a path through a decision tree, or yeah, it's like I'm rediscovering computer science or information science. Interesting. Changing, no, chaining. In a path selection process, you have something is in different ways. Path selection is process of choosing a path. Process of choosing between choosing which task path to take to reach the same large task goal. It is not. It is exclusive prioritization. Let's put exclusive prioritization. Exclusive prioritization. exclusive priority is to discard tasks that are not chosen. There is no numbered list or list created. There is simply one or more tasks. Select. Maybe this becomes too complex. The unprioritized tasks. It's a binary way of prioritizing instead of a numbered list. You either prioritize something or it is discard a task, or the task is discarded completely. This is done during path selection. And task chain. Oh, I can choose S or Z. Okay. Okay, these are not really maybe principle or feature properties. They might not be properties. They might just be terms. But yeah. Okay. Now back to this priority. Just touch the requirement and make sure that one's done. Then go kill 2 bees with 1 stone, and then go back to survive. The principle of just touch the requirements. You have the requirements to bring water into the house. Make sure the water is clean, and you have the available task of using a bucket to get water from a well. You have the task of inspecting the water with your eyes to make sure it's clean, but you could do the task in a different way. You do a different task, which is to turn on the faucet that has a filter. This priority principle would choose to turn on the faucet. Not because it's faster or convenient, but because it touches all the requirements and kills 2 birds in 1 stone with something like that. That contains the just touch the requirements. As soon as all requirements are touched, you have a prioritized list, or you have done deprioritization. A more thorough, this principle can be done several times to create different exclusive priority lists or task lists or task paths, where you then do path selection to choose which path to take. This is a tag. This is takes up a lot of working memory. Okay, good, done. Killing two birds with one stone. Prioritize tasks that serve multiple purposes over tasks that only serve a single purpose. That sounds very similar to. It's similar to just touch the requirements. It's similar, but it's not the same. And then we have survive. You have the task of reading a book or eating food. And eating food. The principle will prioritize eating food. The principle of survive method, we prioritize survival before anything else. Survival means different things in different situations. 1.8 can be Maslow's hierarchy of needs, but it is based on what people have reported wanting, so it's not a suggestion, or so it's only suggestion, or so it's not, it's actually not. So it's not a suggestion or a solution of what you should want, but it gives a rough understanding of the priority principle of survival. We look at the bottom parts of, we can look at the bottom part of a hierarchy, or you can create your own prioritization template. Prioritization template. Did I write that? Priority template. I never wrote that. Okay, let's go write that. Prioritization template. Prioritization template. A set of prioritized categories used in the hierarchy survival principle. A prioritization template makes prioritization faster, simpler, and easier on the mind by simply categorizing tasks into the categories. Then you do not need to compare the tasks to each other, which is most priority principle work. You only compare the task one at a time towards the categories. What? Which is how? Okay. Or you create your own prioritization templates. This principle has a distraction tax. Since this principle not only prioritizes what tasks you have, it also distracts you with categories for survival, but the more fundamental survival needs. It aims to give sections opportunities to find 10 tasks that should be prioritized. You go through every category from down to up, and you find the tasks that need to be done. Cover the basic needs. Task that is the lowest is chosen. You don't prioritize all tasks. You only, well, actually you do. Need to categorize each task. Then you end up with one or more tasks on the lowest and most close to survival that needs to be done. Here you either use either prioritize. Yeah, that's it. That's the end state. Filtering out all luxury tasks. Maybe you should make luxury task into a word. Where does the word luxury come from? What does it really mean? Sexual intercourse. Lavishness, sinful self-indulgence, sensual pleasure. From Old French luxury, debauchery, dissoluteness, lust. Oh, it's connected to lust. From Latin luxuria, excess, extravagant living, profusion, delicacy, excess. It's also from Spanish luxuria, Italian luxuria. From luxus, excess, extravagance, magnificence. Interesting. It has changed. Very interesting. Probably a figurative use of luxus. Dislocated. What? Which is related to luctare. Wrestle, strain. Reluctance. Oh, what a strange etymology. From wrestling to excess and extravagance to delicacy, and delicacy is the opposite of wrestle and strain, to lust, to self-indulgence, to sexual intercourse, which is kind of like wrestling. So what does it really mean? For me it means something that is idolized. This has never happened before. I always get more clarity by looking at etymology online, but this gave me less clarity on how I should interpret and use the word luxury. I can't seem to connect it seems to have derailed from its original luxus, dislocated. Luctari. Like disconnect, like this. Okay. When you wrestle and you strain, you can dislocate a joint. A figurative use of. Maybe it's connected to when you wrestle and you get an injury, like a dislocation, then you need a break, and the break is the luxury. You get treated like you're a soldier or whatever, you're doing the wrestling thing in Greece or whatever, and you're wrestling in the gymnasium, and then you get a strain, or you get an injury, like a injury. You have to stop the wrestling, and then you are taken care of. Like you go and lie down, and some person like gently takes care of you, and that's dislocated. See reluctance. and that connects to excess and delicacy and extravagance, and then it is confused or start to be used as, oh, you're getting luxus, like sarcastically, like, oh, you're getting luxus, but you're doing it for lust and you're not doing it because you're injured. It's sensual, you're doing it for sensual pleasure, not because you're injured. And you're doing it because you like it, not because it's necessary. And then somehow it becomes sexual intercourse and so on. Let's look at the reluctance. Act of struggling against. Unwillingness, aversion. Reluct, to strive, struggle, or rebel against. From Latin, reluctare, to struggle against, resist, makes opposition. From re, back, against, in opposition. Reluctare, to struggle, wrestle. Reluct. I can see a situation, a possible situation. Someone, I'm thinking about the other word, luxury. Some wrestler has gotten hurt. They go to a place where, like the spa or whatever, like where you relax and it's warm and whatever. And somebody sees you, and you just say, "Look, sorry." And then that person associates, okay, this is luxury. Luxury. But the intention was to say, luxury led to me being here. That's why I'm here. And it's explanation why I'm here. It's not what I'm doing. But the person is saying, oh, okay, that's what you're doing. Maybe they're interpreting in a fun way. Ha ha ha, luxury. Or maybe it can also be a misunderstanding. Okay, that's luxury. Going to the bathhouse is luxury. And that connects to a bunch of stuff. Reluctory. To go back to struggle. I can see someone saying, some coach saying, reluctory. Like, go back to struggle. Okay, that's enough. I don't need to know everything. Now, the priority prince, did I write the one? Why did it scroll up here? Did I scroll up there? Oh, let's see the term that I made, multi-purpose task. There we go. It's similar to a leverage task. It is similar to a leverage task, but the focus here is not to make other tasks easier. In that it is generally seen as more valuable than other tasks. But this task property. It's not the priority principal property, it's the task property. A task can be both a leverage task. There we go. Now go back to survival. Survive. The principle of survive. I'm not calling it survival because the actual essence of the principle is this primitive thinking, and that's why I use a more primitive word. Rather than survival, I use survive because it's very immediate, it's direct, it's act, it's something like I want to do, like it's about speed, solving the basic stuff fast. It's about emergencies. And it's the purpose of the principle. It's to survive. That's a goal state. Like it's a positive mindset of imagining the end state of survive. You survive by doing this principle. That's the point of it. That's the intended purpose, at least. Right, you have a task of reading a book or and eat food. The principle will prioritize eating food. You prioritize survival before anything else. Survival means different things in different situations. On A, it can be Maslow's hierarchy of needs, but it is based on what people have reported wanting. So it is not a suggestion or solution of what you should want, but it gives a rough understanding of the priority principle of survival. We can look at the bottom part of Maslow's hierarchy, or you can create your own. You can use hierarchy, or you can create your own prioritization template. This principle has distraction tags, since this principle not only prioritizes what tasks you have, it also distracts you with categories for survival that help you think about more fundamental survivor needs. The amount of distraction tags comes from the prioritization template. Some templates contain a lot of suggestions of kinds of tasks that in a category, and some templates are more simple and empty, which gives less ideas of things you might have missed. You go through every category from down to up, and you find the task that needs to be done. No, you go through, you don't need to go every... Well, you might do that. It's roughly what you do in this priority principle. You categorize each task. You end up with one. The benefit the benefit of going from down to up is that we do meta prioritization to aid survival. If time runs out and you have to make a decision halfway up the pyramid, you have the bottom tasks already filled and ready to be chosen. In emergencies, this is good. You can even stop prioritization when you have filled the lowest category. Wait, go into category and you check each match each task to the lowest each task to the tested evaluated categories. Each task against lowest tier. That now has at least one task. Because all other tasks are now not that important. You can focus on the task or tasks that is in this lowest and most close to survival category in your prioritization templates. Cool. I just categorized Maslow's hierarchy of needs as a prioritization template. That's pretty neat. Now you end up with one or more tasks on the lowest and most close to survival that needs to be done, filtering out of luxury tasks. Yeah, something like that. Cool. Now I'm going to use this. I'm just going to take the next part of the cognitive enhancement protocol, and I just realized I haven't finished making my bed, so I'm going to do that as well. But here I'm going to prioritize the cognitive enhancement, but before that I prioritize toilet. This is interesting. prepared tea to brew. This is in the wrong order. I should pick this one first. And then I should pick this one. Then I should pick this one. There, perfect. Can lie down and scroll on TikToks. All 3 tasks complete. Toilet, brew, bed. Good focus. Now I allowed myself to look at my little suggestion box of small tasks. There are 3 of them. They were written before. I'm not going to look at them because it has a distraction task of looking at this task list. I'm going to close the door a little bit. The sun is shining beautifully on everything. Colors look great. Of the houses. I think this is kind of this might be the color that I want. But it's a November detective game, so I might change the colors to be more noir or something like that. Okay, now what? Now I'm going to tackle my task. Actually not, I'm going to write another principle. I just came up with one. It's a priority principle that simply a task appears and it is considered and you just feel like you don't want to do the work of prioritizing it. It might be a task for the future or something that is very unlikely to happen, to be used. It is a priority principle that uses the non-conscious and does not explain why it feels it often it, the task simply is not important at all right now. It is a principle that authority use to save time. Save time. It can erode trust. What do you call it? Erode. Can erode trust. Since it relies on not communicating. Don't even write it down. It is one of the fastest way of prioritizing. So it is very tempting to use. And simple ways of prioritizing. It's very tempting to use. Don't even write it down. Boom. Fastest, simple, as well as a exclusive priority principle that deletes tasks. So it's very tempting to use. It's a proper, I have one of the exclusive prioritization properties. Yeah, exclusive. These are connecting. Exclusive prioritization. Okay. Survive. I actually don't know if I'm gonna just use this one now. I'm not gonna be that ordered, but it's gonna center around survival. I'm gonna use the. Maybe I'll actually use the principle. Yeah. Maybe I'll actually use the principle. I will actually use the principle. First I'm gonna clean up what I've been doing. I was thinking of that there could be a cleaning up principle. To prioritize things that cleaning up, like after you've done work to relieve. But then I was thinking it might just be a task, and it's a maintenance task. So it's interesting maybe how tasks, well, using a priority principle is always a task. So it kind of makes sense that something can be more or less a priority principle. I'm gonna write this as a meta thing. Philosophy questions. Philosophy questions. philosophy, distractions. Every priority principle is a task itself. This hints to the might mean that if something is a priority principle or not, it's not a binary. Instead, it can be a spectrum where all tasks are more or less priority, say tasks. This would explain why some tasks feel like they should be written here as priority principles, but only slightly are not close enough to be one. An example is to clean my whiteboard after cleaning up after doing a task to relieve working memory. A subcategory of this is to wipe my whiteboard after I've written a priority principle here. While wiping a whiteboard feels too specific and far from being a priority principle, the abstraction of cleaning up after doing any task might be such a general and abstract concept that it can be a principle to clean up, which would be to prioritize cleaning up after the task has been done, regardless what task it was. I did not, at this point I just feel like, yeah, definitely this is a principle. So I'm just gonna write it as a principle, but I'm still gonna keep the philosophizing. Oh, I destroyed the template. Clean up. All tasks have at least require at least one type of cleanup, which is to empty your mind of the task in order to sometimes cleaning up after a task can be often is a physical task. Now I just realized we have mental task and physical task as two categories. I feel so stubborn and strong that I'm just continuing so stubbornly doing my work. Physical, mental task. A physical task is movement of a body, while a mental task requires only the mind. Most tasks are physical. Well, our body. No. Only, then I should say and mind. A mental task can be to meditate. Ish. It's not quite. Is to try to remember something, or the mental activity of meditating necessary sitting in a certain way. Most tasks on task lists are physical for some reason. All physical tasks are mental tasks. But not all mental tasks are physical tasks. Wait, this should not be here, it's not a property, it's a term. It's one entry of two terms at once to show a binary. Something is either physical or mental. Arguably, tasks are more or less a physical task. But that just complicates things. I shouldn't say but. That makes a lot of things more complicated. require more mental resources. And might. I haven't tried. Might require less mental resources. Okay, now let's go to survival. Actually, I can use this table here. Oh, these are not. Should I do that? Then I have to redo all of them. No, I'm not going to do that today. Another day. It is a leverage task though. It is. But I won't save much time. It's a couple of seconds every time I need to find a task. Right, now with the survival, we are going to create a template, a prioritization template, or use Maslow as a higher prioritization template. I'm gonna go to the whiteboard and I'm gonna put all of the tasks that I need to do on the whiteboard. Maybe as post-its, maybe as just writing them down. Probably writing them down to not waste post-its, because I don't need to move around the post-its. I just need to categorize things into this prioritization template. But first, drink and look 20 seconds at the horizon. I just realized that this stream will end quite early, since I started it quite early. Also like 7:30 started it, so it will end about 7:30. Okay, I've got the priority principle there. Gotta just rehearse it a bit. We prioritize surviving before anything else. Survival means different things in different situations. One aid can be Maslow's hierarchy of needs, but it's based on what people have report wanting. There's no suggestion or solution of what you should want, but it gives a rough understanding of the priority principle of survival. This principle has British hashtags, and the principle of not what tasks you have, and also asks you which category of survival to help you think about more fundamental survival needs. They said this hidden tasks about damages. I like commas. Anyway, the amount of hashtags comes from the prioritization template. Some templates contain a lot of suggestions of what kind of task in the category, and some templates are more simple and empty, which give less ideas of things you might have missed. You go through every category from down to up. Right. This is the tricky part that I haven't used. You go through every category from down to up, and you find a task that needs to be done, that covers the most basic needs. This method is not entirely clear. You start from the bottom category. You go through the tasks and exclusively decide if the task goes into that category or not. When done with all tasks for one category, if you have one or more tasks in that category, you stop. We don't care about category above at all. This priority principle is done. Maybe it should be called priority process. Maybe it's not a principle. I was tempted to go into etymology online and look up a principle. You go through every category from down up, you find the task that needs to be done, it covers message each category is out. The benefit of going down from down up is that we do meta prices into aid survival. If time runs out and you have to make a decision halfway up the pyramid, yeah, the bottom task already filled and ready to choose in emergencies. It's good, you can even stop prices when you have checked the task at the lowest tier. Now it's least one task. Got all the other tasks. So this priority principle could have two versions. And it can have, but I don't think it should have. It should just be one version, and it should not be to go through all categories. It should just be to go through one category at a time. Yeah, we're gonna remove all the stuff. You start from the bottom category. You go through the tasks, and you should decide the task in that category or not. When done with all tasks in one category, checking against the category. If you have one of us in this category, stop and so if there are no tasks in the category, you go up one level to the next category. You repeat until have at least one task in a category and you have matched every task to that category. This makes sure you are not wasting time on luxury tasks. It also makes sure that we consider each task since we need to know which ones goes into. Since after we have a category with matching tasks, we don't know which one of them is highest priority. This is why we must match all tasks against a category and not settle when we have found one task. Yeah, this one is good. The benefit of going down from down up is that we do meta parallel days for Tasha. You have to make a decision up the pyramid halfway. You have at least something, at least a task that might be the highest priority. Yeah, this is done. You stop. A good priority principle. This priority principle aims to be one of the best for emergencies. It is fast, it's similar to triage. It might be the same as, yeah. It is fast. It is fast. It is fast. That is it. Okay, now I understand it. I should only focus on one category at a time. Ding, check, ding, check, ding, check, ding, check. We already have this one in the document, so I'm going to use the one in the document. And now I'm going to move to the ZV. Here we are. Or should I? Yeah, I kind of want to have that angle. It's the theoretical angle, high level angle. But actually, because here I have the AI theory stuff, and on the other side I have detective story skeleton. So this is more down to earth, what I need to be working on, and that is more leverage task. And right now I'm doing prioritization, so it's more of a leverage task. And it's also higher level because now, especially when I'm using the survive priority principle. So let's see here, should I think I should have the webcam info. Webcam. Webcam. I like that word. Webcam. What's that? A webcam. Webcam. What is a webcam? I have to write that. This is a fun break. Webcam. What is that? I like it. Maybe I'll have it in the game. A webcam. I think it's some kind of camera. But can. Maybe it's just can full of webs. Webcam. Okay. I have my little set of physical post-its, and then I need to I need the Maslow hierarchy of needs. Which is going to be on the TV like that. First I'm going to copy that one here. Let's make it as big as possible. Oops. There we go. How many categories? 5. Maybe like there, and then we'll have 2 here and 3 here. That's 5. Physiological. Safety. Love and belong. We'll just say love. esteem. Self-actualization. I'm gonna have the whole pyramid there, so I can see all of the suggestions there. Like in physiological needs, it says on the left, fundamental biological requirements for survival, and on the right it says air, water, food, shelter, which shelter is partly in the physiological needs, it's also in the safety needs, depending on the type of shelter and the reason for shelter. And then clothing, I would kind of put clothing on safety, depends. Sleep, reproduction. I don't know if reproduction should be in that category. I would not put reproduction in that category. I think it should be separate. Just like luxury is connected to sexual intercourse. I think it's something, it's a different category. Like, you don't think about that stuff unless you have air, you have some water in you, you have some food, you're not cold. Like, if you're freezing cold, you haven't eaten for several days, you haven't drank water for several days, or you're underwater, barely breathing, reproduction is not even, I don't think it should be in the same category as those things. And barely clothing should be. Like, if you're freezing, then clothing is important. Or if you are like in an incredible heated, you're working at a heating plant or something, or yeah, like you're near a volcano or something, you need clothing that protects you from that. Yeah, that's what I think. Also, another interesting thing here is that the lower part is, at least when it comes to prioritization, relates to short-term survival. And the higher parts, in my opinion, probably relates to long-term survival. Like, you're under the water. I'm under the water. Please help me. You have a couple of minutes to solve this problem. You have a different situation. You haven't drunk water. You're very thirsty. You have a couple of days, maybe a week, to fix that problem. Safety. The likelihood of someone coming and stealing your stuff or doing violence or stuff, it depends on where you are. But having walls around you, living in a house to protect you, with lock on the door, that's, you probably can wait, you can potentially wait longer than a week. If you don't have water, then there's no chance you can wait longer than a week. But if you don't have walls around you, you might you might live a whole life like that, even. But likelihood something is gonna happen. So like within a days or weeks or month, you need protection from violence. Like what's the chance of violence or crime or war? And then when it comes to financial security, like you need money at certain intervals and stuff. Then comes the next part, love and belonging, social connection, acceptance. Here it's like there's so many benefits of survival to having a network of people, a community. It's so important. The community is a safety net. First, like that's one of the essential things. Like you have a stash of food, you have a farm, you can do things. If something happens, you break your leg, you need a community. So the community is needed at some point or something. In today's day and age in Sweden, community is kind of, you don't need more than being a Swedish citizen, because then you have all these rights and stuff. So you're part of the community of Sweden, which creates a pretty safe space, I'd say, since the community of Sweden is pretty human focused, humanitarian instead of capitalistic or competitive. Anyway, and then self-esteem, like self-respect, confidence, respect from others, reputation, your reputation, definitely a great tool to have if you want to survive. But also that's a long-term thing, investment. Like having a good reputation, it kind of helps with everything many times. But it's also, if like, yeah, it helps. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, and it's a longer time span. Like there's less stress, less time limits, and it also becomes more abstract as you go upwards. This is more primitive if you go downwards. It's easier to understand the physiological needs than to understand what self-actualization is, which also, in my opinion, is connected to survival. Personal growth and creativity. You definitely need creativity to solve problems. If you don't have creativity, you cannot find your own solutions. And then you're limited to the solutions that other people have provided to you. Okay, so now I'm gonna start the process. And I'm gonna switch the camera. No, not the camera, but I'm gonna sway the screen so I can see the stream. There we are. Okay. Here it says, no, wait a minute. I have some ideas in my head first that I haven't written down as tasks. Redraw long whiteboard. Where do I put that? Is that safety? Family, friendship, community, like it's mainly connected to, it's a very leveraged task. Self-respect, confidence, respect and reputation, and achievement. Creativity, personal growth, moral development, pursuit of meaning, process-driven action, peak experience, joy, transcendence, insight. I might put it at self-actualization. Personal growth, pursuit of meaning, purpose-driven action. It kind of maybe between these two. Self-respect, confidence, respect. It's a tool I use. It's not about the main purpose is not confidence. It's not respect from others. It's not reputation. It's not about pursuit of meaning. It's not about purpose-driven action. It's not about transcendence. It's not like meditation or something. It's not like that. It's not my doing Kundalini yoga Kundalini Yoga is self-actualization. And it's not love and belonging, friend, community, romantic, group members, affection, intimacy. It's about actual, I think it's a safety need. Because it is personal kind of a stable environment. It enables a stable environment. It's connected to financial security. I think that's the main purpose of it. To creating an income. Yeah, that's what it is. Update long whiteboard. Okay, so I'm doing this slightly, I'm using a different priority principle now, because if I should follow the priority principles of survive, then I should look at this category and look at all the tasks that I have and see if any tasks end up here or not, and what tasks end up here or not. But I'm taking like a slight detour because I haven't written down this task before, so I'm just listing tasks. Mind dumping. That should probably be a priority principle. But at this time, I'm not going to write it down. Maybe I'll write it down. Yes, I'll write it down on a long whiteboard. Dump tasks. From mind. Write it down. It's the opposite of don't write it down. Okay, what else did I think that I haven't written down? Like looking at the big whiteboard, just looking at it. There's a lot of stuff there that leads to more tasks. It's a discovery task. I'm gonna write that down as well. Discovery task. What else do I have? Just looking around. Plan a day. But plan day might kind of end up at physiological. Because if I don't plan the day, this is basically a prioritization. I'm gonna let it be there. I'm not sure where it ends up, but it has to be somewhere. It's not like getting air or drinking water, at least. Okay, laundry. I haven't written that down. Also, budgeting. I'm kind of doing budgeting with time now, but this is the goal of the stream. this whole stream, actually, this whole day. But we'll see. I can do the dishes. I'll put it here. And I immediately see, like, listing all of the tasks that I need to do. That can help me create my own priority template. Like where dishes always fall in this category. And then I can use that as a prioritization template for faster prioritization. Is there something else in here? Oh, the sound is much better in here. I didn't notice. It's kind of echoing or something in here. Here it's not bad. I should probably get more soft things on the wall. Yeah, cool. Okay, those are the things I was thinking about. Probably, if I come up with something more, I'll just write them there. Buy more whiteboard pens. That's a subcategory. Oh, budgeting. Sound director. Not real sounds. Diorama toy sounds. All tasks regarding the Jörn Mysterium. It's a combination of purpose. Like it's both creativity and all this, but the main thing is actually safety needs. Or is it safety needs? I don't think it really is. But for now I'll put it there. Jörn Mysterium, everything related there. Sound directing. I'm gonna use the principle of not even writing it down. And here I have some kind of squiggle. Green tea. That's a budgeting or buying. Okay, those are those small ones. I'll still keep those. Now I'm gonna go to my calendar. Here we have a bunch of stuff. F-Kassa money receive. Why did I make that into a task? It's more like checking if I have money. Money check. It's actually connected to budgeting. Have Gemini write my history. This is a time saver experiment for Jörn Mysterium. It just goes into Jörn Mysterium. Jörn Mysterium has become part of Maslow's hierarchy of needs now. It's its own category that just absorbs distractions. EM, easy. I've already categorized it. It's in the Jörn Mysterium. Mental tool. Wait, I just remembered. I'm not following the principle correctly. I'm doing it in the wrong way. I should only check if these things end up in the physiological space. That should I do, and then I should check the suggestions if there's something I'm missing. I should probably update priority principles with that. Update survive with step after checking tasks against category, check category suggestion in templates. The priority templates. Good. Now I can do it correctly. Physiological. Is mental tool physiological? No. Is production physiological? No. Is read history yesterday physiological? No. Is study ring arbetsmiljö physiological? No. Is survive betala hyra physiological? No. I don't think so. It depends. Like if I don't pay rent and stuff, then I will get physiological problems. Yeah, that's how it is. It is a safety thing that keeps me from having these problems. That is the purpose of the category. That is how it works. This category is to prevent these problems from arising. This category is to prevent these from arising. This category is to prevent these from arising. And this category is to prevent this from arising. At least in my template, that's how it's going to be. Make or update my priority templates. With and add insights. Suggestion, which is higher the purpose. The purpose of a higher category is to prevent tasks from emerging in lower categories. I feel like I'm becoming more enlightened or something. Paying rent, that's some physiological. No. Survive, paying rent for, yeah, there are 2 rents I need to pay. This month and the coming month. I think it is. Okay, so we have no physiological tasks that I've listed in here. Now the next step that I just added is to look at this and to see if we might have some problems that we haven't thought of. Air. Being thankful. Should that be a priority principle, or is it just a task? Maybe it's a maintenance task. Water. Oh, this is good. This is good. This is actually good. I feel I should feel in my body. I haven't felt in my body if I need water or not. Maybe a micro movement should be in the physiological needs. Maybe that, like doing these bounces. Qigong bounces. Food. I have a kind of food issue. Plan food for today. Food for today. Solving a category makes it possible to start working on it. I have to write that down explicitly. Solving all or some no, let's just say all and see if it works or not. Solving all tasks in one category gives time, unlocks more time to work on higher category. I'm a bit reluctant to write this because it might be a redundant thing. It might be something that should come naturally from the first principles or something like that. Or it might become like a circular argument kind of situation, because the design of this principle is basically we only focus on these ones until they are done. And no, we only focus on these ones. And when they're done, we can do a reprioritization. And if they are done, if we don't have any tasks here, then we start working on these tasks. So the system basically says it's a systematic effect that these tasks unlock these tasks. But it's not explicitly stated in the actual principle. It's an effect of using the principle several times. Okay. How do I feel? I feel maybe a little bit cold. So could you do be warm? And to do that I could do Qigong breathing. Qigong breath. That would be interesting. Unlocking the mindset. A sense of removing urgency. yeah, sympathetic nervous system is activated. Less is sympathetic, more parasympathetic, more parasympathetic, something like that. Air, water, food, shelter. Do I need sleep? I feel a little bit tired, I do. But if I start sleeping, I'm not sure if it's gonna be enough. Like, I'm just gonna sleep and sleep and sleep and sleep and sleep. Exercise, where does exercise lie? Anyway, I've done the first part of it, which is going through all of my ideas, all of my tasks, compared them to physiological. There was no tasks that ended up in physiological of the things that I was thinking about or had listed. And then when I looked at the recommendations here, or suggestions, or inspiration, you can say, that's better. The inspiration from Maslow's hierarchy of needs, then I saw that food has not been prepared for today completely, and I'm not warm, I'm a bit cold, and I think we're done. We're done with using the first version of the survival prioritization. Yeah, it worked well, maybe. There might be some more things that I have not considered. Like, I have a little pain behind here, so maybe I should do a movement. There's a trash truck outside. They pick up the trash on Friday. I'm thinking maybe I should have a trash truck in the game. And it's just fun to look at it. And a fascinating machine. Efficient to handle basic needs of society. I'm gonna put sleep here. Shower, where does shower come? Hygiene. Health and well-being comes is safety needs. So let's put shower here. I didn't do a shower yesterday because it was so late and I didn't do exercise. It's mainly exercise that triggers showers in my life right now. A little break. A break task. Is that a priority principle? To prioritize a break? I don't think it's really a principle. No, it's not elemental. It is more like a maintenance task. Having a break is a maintenance task for the mind. Just like sleep is a maintenance task for the mind. So maybe this is correct, maybe I'm missing something, but this is the final thing. And yeah, I guess I'll take a photo of this, because that's a good habit. A photo and a wipe. And checking the photo is the bothersome part. Check that it's good quality enough, readable. It's readable. It's a good quality photo from this phone. This phone is so strange. The quality of the photos are so bad, but it somehow have 3 cameras. I don't think even each one of them is used. I think just one of them is used. And it doesn't have closed by, it doesn't have macro. Okay. This means that I have a simple selection of things to work from, to choose from, and I need to use some other priorities principle, or the same priority principle in a different project template. Priority template. I don't have another priority template, so I'm gonna use some other principle. This is a leverage task. This is a leverage task because it makes all other tasks easier or simpler or not necessary. It makes them easier because I can think easier, and prioritizing is a task that becomes easier from sleep. I also might get warm, so it's also a multi-purpose. Qigong is also a leverage task because it will be easy to do prioritization and planning food and stuff if I'm warm. But it doesn't solve the sleep issue, and it doesn't solve food for today, so it's not a multi-purpose task. And then food for today is kind of a leverage task. No, it's not a leverage task, even though finishing it makes the task list smaller, which makes everything easier. But that goes for every task that you do, always. So, in a sense, every task is a leverage task, but that removes the usefulness of the concept of a leverage task. Which one has most time sensitivity? Like what is the result of not doing? That's a new principle, not do it. Result of not doing. There we go. That's the next principle. What's the result? If I don't plan my food for the day, risk, nutrition risk. If I don't do be warm, then probably not much will happen. Or just be slightly cognitively impaired. I feel like I'm cognitively impaired because I'm thinking about all the stuff and I feel like I need sleep. If I don't need to sleep, I can have the risk of bad decisions. And risk of shortcuts, like shortcuts. Yeah. So I think I'm doing a full prioritization. That's another concept. Full prioritization. A full prioritization, and like I'm adding in time estimate, being warm about 5 min, planning food for today maybe 15 min since I'm sleepy, and then nap. Let's dedicate 20 min, that's a power nap. And using that principle of time and reducing cognitive load, I don't need reducing cognitive load in order to prioritize them. And also there's the principle of not prioritizing, because no, I should not use that one because they might not all be needed, but I'm gonna do all of them. This is number 1, this is number 2, this is number 3. That's my priority. I've been practicing prioritization. This is Tistou Bloomberg. Now I'm going to be warm. Doing Qigong. But before that, I'm actually going to take a photo of the final verdict. Final prioritization. I'll be the prioritization king. I'll know. I'll be the wisest prioritization counselor ever. Put foot on this earth. could stand in the sun to become warm. I didn't think of that. Probably because I'm a bit sleepy. Where is the breathing for warmth? I'm gonna have to find a new video. What was the ocean breath? This one seems like it's knowledgeable, functional. Perfect breath. This is shorter. And it's just short. Yeah, I know this guy.
It's called wave breathing. The breath starts in the belly and rises to the chest. And on the exhale, the breath goes from the chest down through the ribs and all the way out. Inhale, belly, ribs, chest. Exhale, chest, ribs, belly. Low, deep breathing. Breath is energy. And when we're breathing deeper, we're going to circulate more energy. In fact, wave breathing might be called the perfect breath. Inhale through the nose, fully and diaphragmatically through the belly, the ribs, and the chest. Great. It's called wave breathing. The breath starts in the belly and rises to the chest. And on the exhale, the breath goes from the chest down through the ribs and all the way out. Inhale, belly, ribs, chest. Exhale.
Let's try it for a couple of breaths, see what happens if I get warm. Kind of a little bit effect, but it's not as the good effect that I found from the one that I was breathing at one time. So I'm gonna look for more information. Hey, hey.
Welcome
Hey.
to your ocean breathing practice. Finding a position that's comfortable for you. Slowly begin to close your eyes and bring your awareness into your body.
Okay, let's try this.
And as you bring your awareness into your body, take a moment to notice how you feel. So notice the sensation and notice the feelings in your body as you relax your face, as you relax your shoulders, and as you allow your body to be completely held, as you allow your body to be completely supported. And then with me placing your awareness upon your breath, I want you to start slowing the breath right down. So that you're breathing nice and slowly, in and out through the nose, into your belly, and into your lower ribs. And see if you can breathe the slowest that you've ever breathed. All the while maintaining a soft, diligent focus upon the sensation of the breath in your body. And then with me, we're going to move into our ocean breathing. So creating a restriction to the back of your throat on the exhale. So to create an ocean wave-like sound as you breathe. Follow my count. Inhale, 2, 3, 4, exhale, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale, and then after this exhale, let go of doing anything to the breath. And just take a moment to allow your breath to flow. In and out through the nose, into your body. And then with me, nice and slowly bringing a little bit of movement back into your fingers, a little bit of movement back into your toes. I hope you feel a little more settled and a little more still. I look forward to seeing you next time.
That was borderline hypnotization. was good though. It relaxed me and had me think a bit, but it didn't make me significantly warmer. However, I remember where I might have a warm breath. It might be in my move through the day protocol. Maybe.
Alright, let's just open the mechanics of our breath up a little bit. Open up. What are the mechanics of the breath? We have the diaphragm, that's the main muscle for breathing.
I don't think it's
We have
this
your
video,
ribs,
but
the intercostal muscles, and you have the muscles of the chest. Now the lungs are passive, they don't do anything. Lungs are passive, they don't do anything. Lungs also tend to shrink as we get older. Not because of the lungs themselves and not because of aging, but because we stop using them and there's actually less space. If all of this gets tight, there's less space for the lungs to expand and contract, and they atrophy. And so that is quite detrimental to our overall health and energy. And so one anti-aging practice is these breathing exercises that stretch the mechanics of the breath. And here's a great one. Let's call this one Soaring Eagle. We're going to go like this, and we're going to bring the hands up, and then we're going to wrap the hands around each other like that. You guys see that? The hands are wrapped like that, and then you come down. Okay? And it's an exhale all the way out. We'll do a little pause at the bottom of the exhale. Then we'll inhale. And then we'll pause at the top of the inhale, then exhale. Inhale. Now I like to switch what hands in front and which hands in the back. And exhale. So see if you can work now that breathing that we just did into this movement and stretch and flow. Inhale. Sometimes I wiggle a little bit. Just wiggle the ribs. Exhale. Good job. Slow it down. Expand the space in the ribs. Exhale. Clear out the old energy. Stale energy out. Clear and cleanse. And now inhale. Pull in more energy. And inhale a little bit more. And wiggle the ribs. Inhale a little bit more. A little pause. Exhale. Breath is life. Breath is chi, and we stretch into it to bring more life into our system. Slow inhale. Hit this at the top we pause and wiggle a little bit. And then if you can't, inhale a little bit more. Exhale. Little pause at the bottom. Inhale. Exhale. Just really open things up. Opens the chest and the ribs and helps the lungs to fill up through the thoracic cavity. Inhale. Inhale a little more. Exhale. Wonderful. Now, relax. You feel that open all through the area in which we breathe into. Let's do spinal cord breathing with a little bit of this breath work thought connected to the movement. So it's going to be done slower. So you're going to have your hands here by your shoulders and inhale. Let's look up, pour the breath in, little pause. Exhale, squeeze the breath out. Round the back, tuck the tailbone under. And a little pause. Feel back of the spine. And then inhale. Little pause. Feel into the front body, front of the spine, ribs and chest. Exhale. Inhale. So longer and slower. A little pause at the top. Exhale. A little pause at the bottom. Wonderful. One more time. Relax. Now, for those of you that have a hard time turning it off, for those of you that have a hard time going to sleep or calming the mind, this breathing in conjunction with movement is extremely restorative and very powerful for turning this off, getting the yang to settle down. So great practice for the end of the day. And let's come up with the arms. We're going to do a little warming up because we are about to stretch our bodies. We're going to drop. As you drop, turn from your hips and your waist and clear. And clear. Exhale. Now we're going to exhale through the mouth and let go of any energy that's held as tension in your upper back, neck, and shoulders. Open the space in the upper back, right between the shoulder blades. Open the space right across the top of the shoulder. Improve the circulation in the body. Slow it down, relax. Feet together.
Thank you so much for watching that free preview of the Dao Yin course. Dao Yin, to guide and direct the life force energy, the qi through the body. We do this in a variety of different ways. That yin part means intention, to move the qi with the mind. Then we're doing all kinds of exercises and self-acupressure to create that circulation. Dao Yin also strengthens the core, the low back, the kidney energy, so we truly nourish the life force energy from the inside out. Click the link below. You can check out the full page of the course and see if it's right for you. I absolutely think it is. Who doesn't need this Dao Yin art to prevent disease and prolong life? This is your medicine. This is an empowerment for you. To do it, that Dao Yin practice is to do something that's ancient, made relevant for modern life. And I'll see you in the course.
I got an idea for the food today. Maybe I should eat luxury food today. As in food that heals my body the best and makes me cognitively refreshed to make good decisions. It doesn't need to be complex, it doesn't need to be expensive. Just choosing the food. And for some reason I feel like eating rice. Bread would also do well, but rice seems like a good solution. This exercise, by the way, did not significantly improve my heat, not in the way that I experienced from another Qigong video. I'm gonna go to my history and look at the ones with Qi. It might be this one, it might be this one, it might be this one, it might be this one. But this one is very long, it's 33 minutes long. May? What? For sure I've watched more than 4 Qigong videos. What? Now we got more videos. That's very strange. We got one more video. This was 1 year ago, more than 1 year ago. Lymphatic drainage. It's probably a good thing to do. This is kind of good, but maybe it was a short. This is just shaking. What? I can't search my shorts? Oh my god. Oh my god. Because if I search for Qi here, it moves to... oh, it moves to all. Okay, well, okay, that's fine. But surely I've seen more, like, this is a Qigong video, Qigong channel. Maybe it doesn't mention Qigong. Warm. Heat. If I divide the words, It's not correct. It's missing the video where I got really warm. It's not this one. It was a simple video of just breathing. Qigong. Maybe it was a part of this video. Let's use AI. Does this video mention coming warm? Ah.
Feeling the warmth in the body. So I find it really, really useful when it's colder.
There it is! There it is! It was part of this video. 11 minutes in. I'm gonna save this with the AI saying holding fire breath. Fire. It was not hot, it was not warm, it was fire. But this is no longer a 5-minute task. The task of, like, I was thinking of doing, I didn't include in the task all of the work when I was estimating the time. I only estimated the doing the actual exercise, not finding the exercise. And that's because I thought I would find it quickly. Probably intuitively I thought I would have, that I had it saved and that it was a short video. Then I didn't find it. Now I found it, but it's slightly longer. I think actually the smartest thing is, like, I feel tired and hungry, but I think the smartest thing to do is actually maybe some fasting, because that helps the body to heal. Fasting a long time sometimes, and it gives this higher order of thinking. When you decide to fast, when you feel fasting to a point where you're not looking for food, you're just relaxing a bit. If I do that, then I will save food also. And I've gained time, so I don't have to think about planning for food, etc. today. I can do it tomorrow. But I might lose some time, since if I want to do something like order something online using my money, which I'm intending to do, like whiteboard pens, they will be delayed 1 day, or at worst 3 days because of a weekend or something like that. And fasting and just taking it easy makes it easier for the body to realize what is the healthy thing to eat. Because then I start to use up my resources, and it becomes more clear what the body needs. I feel it might be something like butter and rice. But butter and rice is not really a super good combination. Oh, now I got hungry for some like soy sauce. That umami flavor or something like that. Like some rice and some soy sauce. Maybe some nice roasted chili spice or something. If I eat rice instead of potatoes and instead of other things for carbs, then I might be able to save money, but potatoes contain potassium. I don't think rice contains a lot of potassium. So I would have to rethink what I should eat to get potassium. Also, another thing that I've been thinking of getting is collagen. I think my limbs are a little bit extra hurting because I don't have collagen. So collagen check, just with AI, might be good enough. Check if my diet currently is lacking collagen. I eat meat, but I haven't eaten ground meat. I've eaten meat that hasn't had a lot of collagen. Not a lot of like those collagen parts. I feel kind of calm. I feel like everything might become okay. I think it's connected to a bunch of things. Qigong, lack of sleep, there's sunlight. Obviously there's the calmness of this place. Maybe that's something that should be portrayed in the game. I want the game to show as much as possible not the realism of this town, but the realism feeling, the feeling you have when you are in this town. The feeling, I want to show that. Because then when you play the game and you get the feeling, and the people that like the feeling, they will come to the town and they will be pleasantly surprised, or maybe not surprised, they will just be pleasant. It's a kind of way of marketing this town. It's not really marketing because I'm not selling anything in this town, but it's still, yeah, I'm experimenting if it can be done to work this town. And now I see the plan on the big whiteboard and I'm excited to update it. Even though I failed the sprint, reviewing the sprint work, I'm looking forward to. Even though it failed, I'm not looking forward to gathering all of the results. But I think it's necessary to do. Because I've been thinking about that the product owner, when I'm product owner, I need to be able to see results in order to adjust the plan. Because initially when I make the plan, I have data. And I use that data to make the best plan I can. And then in order to make a better plan, I need more data, more recent data. And that data is the result of the sprints. Right now it's things like the actual artifacts of the game, the Godot project, the spec engine code, yeah, that's the software parts that have been created. Actually the spec engine, yeah, it has been a little bit updated. And then there's mainly a bunch of documents which are Google Docs, TXT files, maybe there's textile files, and images, and all of this stuff. And that is a mess. It's a complete mess. And in order to be efficient, I might systematize this a bit more. But it is like, making a game is a creative project. It's a subcategory of art, which is to create something novel, which means creating something new, which means you've gotta create something that is not in a system, that is not created from entirely of a system. It's a innovative process. So there has to be chaos and distractions in order to create art and a game. I'm actually kind of very tired. But it's also like being in this state of calmness might be extremely good. It might be extremely good to cultivate this calmness. Ow, I was stretching my back, but I stretched it a bit too much. I could do a plan for the day. There are many things I could do. I kind of want to feel aligned. Like it's connecting to my feeling of purpose and the meaning of life, and to make my life pleasant, regardless of what I'm gonna do with my life. If I allow myself to do it in a half-sleep way, then I connect parasympathetic ideas to my normal day activities. I might be able to create a more peaceful attitude. Yeah. My sleepiness, I don't think, is not using all the resources. I think it might be the reverse. There are things in my brain that are non-conscious, that are taking the resources from my conscious mind. I think that's Like, I think my conscious mind is either a bit smaller, like my experience is a bit smaller than it usually is when I'm awake, or that it's halfway in a sleeping focus, like it's the experience might be the same size, my conscious mind might be the same size